There we go. There we go. Hello. I had mic off. Thank you. Hello. Hello. Welcome in, everyone. I hope everyone is having a nice day. I can only say that my day has been very mediocre. It has been very, very distinctly mediocre. And, that's because I was, I got dental work done today. Like quite a lot of it. Which, you know, is justified, right? That's what we're there for. The dentist, that is to say. But that doesn't mean it's pleasant. I do perfectly fine at the dentist. That doesn't mean I love being there. So, how are folks? How is everyone else? The other thing to be said about how my day has been, how it is going, is that I am, I've got a match in the Infinity Beginner League tomorrow. I am thinking, this is something I feel kind of weird about, because I think I shouldn't participate in the Beginner League going forward. I think this should be my last Beginner League, and that I should just participate in I should stop considering myself a beginner after this league. In no small part because the 200 round makes me miserable. The 200 point round makes me miserable, but I am trying to encourage more people to get into the game, and encouraging people on the server or elsewhere to play in the beginner league. Like, it's tempting for me to, like, hop into the beginner league to, like, if that would encourage somebody else to play. Like, I could probably be talked into it. But, for my own sake, I'm happy to do learning games. I kind of want to do 1 to 2 games a week overall, and so this week I'm doing tomorrow for the beginner league, and then Friday I'm doing a game with Mix, and then the week after I will have the week after, I should say this, next week is going to be quite truncated. Next week is going to be a shorter week than usual for me. I have a family event happening on the weekend, and so I will be leaving for that, I'll be gone for that, like, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. I will not be around, so I won't be able to do, like, much of anything next Friday, so I will hopefully be able to fit in the beginner league game. I'll feel really silly if I'm not, but after that, I definitely want to, like, get more games in on the server and see how that goes, and obviously get more games in with the broader Infinity community. One of the guys who I've played with several times is a Mori Calliope fan, which I thought was kind of funny. I was like, I recognize that Discord tag. I know what that one means. You know what a VTuber is. That's extremely fair, Komos. That's extremely fair. If Mori was an old man, that's funny. I haven't watched her. I've the amount of time I have spent watching VTubers that are, like, big is very small. Is very, very small. Like, I've watched the debut stream for Saba, I think her name is, because Bodega asked me to watch along with her, so I did a watch along. When that watch along happened, I was with Bodega and her buds doing the watch along. It wasn't really, I don't know, I wasn't super into it, and I've watched a little bit of some. The person I've watched the most of among the bigger ones is probably Randon, who I've seen a little bit of. But nobody who I watch, like, super regularly is particularly big. Mori always seemed like way too big. and it's I don't know. I have a taste in VTubers, and that taste in VTubers limits them to like, kind of isn't going to be with the big corporate ones. Yeah, and I'm really there for the chatting, and I would say that there's a kind of fuzzy zone. There's a kind of fuzzy zone where like chats start to become too hectic to keep up with. That's okay, Noir. That's okay, Noir. You're allowed to be mad at me. You're allowed to be mad at me. You can be mad at me for not being a cute girl. If you want, I can give you something to be... I can actually give you specifically, RG Noir, something to be mad at me for. Hello, Big Game Mikey. No. Not living up to your name, Big Game Mikey. The big gays are supposed to like the big dude. Okay, you don't need additional anger? Okay, Noir, I'll tell you later. I'll tell you later. It is something I think you'll find kind of funny, but will also make you mad, at the same time. But yeah, there's a kind of fuzzy zone, like, there's a couple of streamers who are like 300 plus viewers where it still feels like a nice neighborhood, where it still feels like a low-key party, right? There are streamers where 150, 300, even 300 viewers still feels like a low-key party, and then there are streamers where like, even at like 80 to 100, it just feels like an avalanche. Like, it does depend quite a bit. Yeah, it depends a lot. It's about the vibe. And it's just the kind of vibe that I like, I think is kind of difficult to sustain at, like, a couple thousand viewers. Like, I actually kind of can go vibe with Grimmy's chat. Grimmy's is, like, on the upper end for me in terms of chat activity. Like, above Grimmy level, I really kind of can't handle it. And she's, like, 2,000 plus. And I would even say with Grimmy, it kind of depends on the day. There are days where, like, Grimmy's chat, I'm like, I'm having, like, a nice time. There are times I go into Grimmy's chat, and I'm like, I feel like I am slipping on logs right now. I feel like I am a cartoon character who a bunch of logs have rolled into the middle of the street. Yeah, this is true, actually. This is true. I've seen some crazy stuff happens. The funniest abuse of chat that I've ever seen was was Ronan. Ronan did a chat where, Ronan did a stream. Hello, Nagi. Hello, Nagarunski. Hello. I actually haven't said hello to people here, but Nagi is special. So, Nagi. Verho, Curse of Faces. But yeah, I've done a couple where, but like Ronan did a stream when, I don't even think she had like 100 people for it, where it was, Twitch Plays Pokemon, but it was done entirely, entirely manual. It was zero automation, Twitch Plays Pokemon, and every single input, she would say out loud. So it was just her going for hours, going like up, down, left, A, left, A, start, A. And she had a bunch of ones that were not like in-game commands. It like one was like, give us a wink, and she would announce, give us a wink, and then wink, well, like really obviously. I can't really wink very well, especially not because I think I tied my eye ring together to prevent it from winking false. From doing false winks, so I really don't think I can do it. But I can't do it in real life anyway, so it would all be false winks. It would just be like, it would catch like a glare on my glasses, and then it would cause me to wink. But it was, but yeah, that was a pretty funny one. That was a completely overwhelming chat. It was utter spam fest. Twitch Plays Pokemon, I think, is how I learned about Twitch. I think that is how I learned what Twitch was. It was an incredible event. It was an incredible event. Let me get in the hellos. Hello, Seribot. Hello, Hug a Tree, Be a Target. Hello, Itsy Bitsy Bones. Hello, Akshi. Hello, RF Komos. Hello, RG Noir. Hello, Big Gay Mikey. Hello, Nagi. Hello, Almantas VT. Hello, Almant OS. And of course, hello to all of the lurkers and the VOD watchers. Thank you all for being here. It is such a generosity. I really appreciate it. You guys keep me alive. Hello, Archibald. I said myself and Almant OS. Those are different people. Those are different people. Almant OS is a different person from Almantas. And if you don't like that, blame Snake. Nagi is responsible for that. That is a Nagi contribution to the stream. The Almant OS. You're the one who came up with the name. It was Bot Montas before. And you were like, that's a bad name. You should use Almant OS. It's a better name. You were correct. You were correct, Nagi. You were correct. It was the better name. Poison him. It's extremely easy to poison me. Like, a huge percentage of stuff that people eat normally is I consider poison. Is it poisoning or venoming in them? Did I cheer for the Knicks winning? Quietly. I don't really follow sports. Like, I get kind of annoyed because that's like an identifier of a type of person that they don't like sports and they don't follow sports. But they make it like a big deal, and I'm just like, do cheer for the marathons. If I run into them, I don't find most sports particularly fun to watch. I used to watch Pro StarCraft and Pro Age of Empires 2, and I really look forward to Age of Empires 2 becoming available again. I don't watch chess tournaments. I wish I did. That would be very on brand for me, but I don't. That would be very on brand for me. I used to read tournament reports for 40K pretty religiously. And I will say my favorite Olympic sport to watch when the Olympics are on, I was actually really enamored of curling. Curling's actually really fun to watch. Curling is so cool. Curling's really fun to watch. Problems you can't sociology of sports matches, all psychology and behavioral. Yeah, there's not a lot for me to say about it. And like I mean, the reason why I'm not watching AoE 2 is because of is because they're under BDS. So until actions are taken by either Microsoft or the Israeli government that make that no longer necessary, I'm not watching, which makes me a little bit sad because I really like watching AoE tournaments. And the fact that I missed Hera getting knocked out, and it was, who was it by? It was by somebody crazy. I'm gonna have to like look that up, watch that like later at some point in life, and like hope that it's still available online. But like, he got knocked out of an S tier tournament, and I'm really curious as to which one, what happened in those games, because like it's like a decade of him just winning constantly, and then he got knocked out by, God, who was it? It wasn't Leary is the craziest part. It wasn't Leary, and it wasn't Mr. Yo. who are the two people who I thought were the most likely. I know it wasn't Vinchester. It wasn't Vinchester. It wasn't Leary. It wasn't Mr. Yo. It obviously wasn't John Slow. That would have been really funny. That would have been really crazy if it was John Slow. It wasn't Tato. Who was it? Who was it? I can't remember. I don't remember. I looked at the after report, but curling is a game played entirely by the straightest men and gayest from on the planet. It's so true, Mix. The problem with your taste, man, is that you're such a hipster. You come back or the other way, and you're just a dork. Thank you. That is an incredibly wonderful compliment. That is an incredibly wonderful compliment. I am screenshotting that and putting that on the server because that's such a lovely compliment. That is such a lovely compliment. I mean, I will say, speaking of my taste, I'm actually really glad. I'm actually really glad that he wasn't knocked out by Leary. I don't like Leary's gameplay. I think Leary's vision of Age of Empires 2 is bad. I think it's crappy Age of Empires. I think it's low tier, low rent thug crap. And I say this as a Red Phosphorus player, a fan, I should say. I say this as a Red Phosphorus fan, who obviously was never going to beat Hera. He's so far away from that. Hello, 123 Arrow 25. Hello. Welcome in. Yeah. If they have more competitive, I should try to see if I can watch some more competitive Guns of Icarus, because Guns of Icarus is actually super fun to watch. The spectator mode for Guns of Icarus is really good. It's actually phenomenal. It's a very, very tiny competitive scene, but it is a very, very, very fun game to watch. It is a very, very fun game to watch. I am very, very excited about that. Oh, workout time. Excellent. Thank you for not redeeming it half an hour ago. Because I had just eaten right before stream, and I would have been pretty sad. But now is a great time. Okay. I'm going to try to do some further deficit. Okay. Okay, feet are on the chair. Back straight. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh. Ha. Oh, that's fun. Oh, that's fun. That's good stuff. Hello, Reverse the Sands. Welcome in. Oh. Ah. Whew. Oh. Thirsty. I'm a thirsty boy right now. Oh. And here's a question. Because left to my own devices, I'll just kind of ramble about Infinity and possibly about Middlemarch. I'm reading Middlemarch so slowly. I'm reading like less than a chapter per day, and I'm actually really happy with this pace. I'm like quite invested in these characters and like what they're about. I'm really invested in Fred. I like Fred. I'm assuming he's a huge asshole. I mean, they're kind of deliberately portraying him as a huge asshole. But that's one of the things that's kind of fun about reading Regency fiction. Like Sense and Sensibility. Like, I had a lot of fun with Sense and Sensibility, where I was just like, the low-class girls who are slutting it up and stealing people's boyfriends are like, they're queens. They're amazing. I love them. This rocks. I was like super enthusiastic about them. I was like, yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. Haha. But yeah. I guess I've got a little bit out of it today because, like I said, I got teeth. I got teeth today. I got teethed. I got teethed today, and those teeth, they are a hurtin'. And I have ideas for what to do in Timberborn. Might I just chew on a grindstone like those beavers you love so much? I'm too hairy to be allowed amongst the beavers. They'd throw me out. You are correct that so are the beavers. You are correct about that. You are correct about that. I don't think they chew on the grindstone, though. I think they use it to de-chip their teeth. I think is the idea. They have chipped teeth, and then they take off the chips. They grind them down to a level field. Here's basically the question: do people want to see beavers sooner, or do they want to talk about? Do you want to listen to me talk about Infinity army lists? That's really kind of the question. Is like, should I fiddle with my army lists on stream, or go to beavers? That's really kind of the two options we got right now. And I'm planning on going to beavers sooner rather than later, because otherwise the VOD gets weird. And maybe I should shut up a little bit about my my competitive gaming obsessions on my decidedly non-competitive gaming channel. Yeah, we're going over to beavers. Just launching them, and nope. Yep, there we go. Okay, so I had an idea. For what to do with the beeves, for trying to save my beavers from my incompetence, right? From my foolishness. Well, okay, we gotta wait for it to load. I forgot about this part. Timberborn not responding. Oh, so here's something I was thinking about before I get to... Well, we'll talk about this a little bit more when we're in game, but we're waiting for it to load. I kind of think that given how much I play this game, I should get like some art that is me but beavery. And I don't know what that looks like. That's really kind of where I got to. Okay, I'm technologically sophisticated enough for double floodgates. Double floodgates cost 30, whereas 2 levies cost 24. Yeah, beave Mantas. And how much science do I have? I have 171. Okay, so we're ways away on this one. That's 15. So this would be 22 logs and 5 planks. Or... Okay, I think I need to make a quick storage warehouse. Hold on, let's delete that. Actually, we kind of need both. Oh wait, we can review who not useful adult. You will become cog. Okay, so this might be a challenge to execute, but I think I am best off creating a bad water diversion right here. Something like this. Yeah, I just don't have any idea for beef Mantas beyond just, like, the concept that Almantas but beaver. Like, that's as far as I've ever gotten with this idea. Okay, we're up to 6 beavers with 1 kit. Oh, hold on a second here. Almantas. I mean, I was honestly just looking for thumbnail art. Was what it was as far as my mind got. My brain did not get further than that. You know, Castor as in Oh, that's oblique. That did not occur to me at all. An infinity army made of wood. Oh, yeah, I don't know what it would look like at all. Sunflower seeds. Yeah, we do need more wet fur. We need more shrub. That's interesting. So 3 here, 1 here. Okay, so that's all 6 accounted for. All right. Get to work, get that harvest in. That's... Focus on harvesting, because we are... fucking out. Just Fanugan. Well, it's gonna have to wait. We're doing what we can. We're doing what we can for Justice for Nugan. Which is to say, trying to rebuild and live. So many died Emmerich draws. So many Emmerich died Emmerich draws. Also, welcome in Emmerich draws. Hello. Yeah, and we're gonna leave them on 6-hour work days. 3 watch streak. So many died. Okay. Yeah, you're working hard. I probably got to replace some of these birches with oak. No. Okay, we do have potatoes. That's good. Yeah, it's a long and arduous journey to get to Beavtopia. Let's shut the power wheel down and turn on the grill. Building unstaffed, yeah, that's fine. Oh, it's not connected. Dang it. Dang it, dang it, dang it, dang it, dang it. Okay, we do have 7 adults. We do have 7 adults. That's good. That's good. How are we doing? Okay, we got tons of grilled potatoes for now. Let's turn that back on. Oh, lol. Spatterdock has a couple more days to go. 6 more days to go. Oh, son of a bitch. Sorry. Okay. Doing well on those. Oh, Sons of Beavers? Yeah. Let's turn you guys over to planting priority for now. There's probably too much farmland for 3 beeves to handle. If a tree falls in the forest and crushes the only beaver present, what kind of cruel god would have allowed that to happen? Apparently me. Sorry. Set that one to planks again. Alright. Oh, we have biscuits? We have biscuits.
Gifted 5 subscriptions to the community.
Oh my goodness, that's so generous of you, my dear. Thank you for the gift subs. Thank you so much. Some of these are pretty good. I don't know these people, but they've got pretty good names. Zero Cash Kitsune is... Oh, Lavioris has been around. I've seen Lavioris around. But thank you so much, Weebiscuit. That's so kind of you. I am so grateful for your generosity. As ever, folks, this is a viewer-supported stream. It is held together by duct tape and hope and viewers like you. Without your generous contributions, I am not able to continue streaming, and so I am very, very grateful for every little bit that you are able to give me. It does make a difference, and it does keep me on the air, and I hope that I am able to live up to the dreams that people have for me. So thank you so much, everyone who is here. And I am very sorry to hear that, Weebiscuit. I am very sorry to hear that. 5 consecutive streams. That's a watch streak. All right. There we go. Oh, and they get flooded for a little bit, and then they clear out, such as the cycle of life. Honestly tempting to make a second. Oh, yeah, I need those. We'll have to make the gear workshop again later. But we don't need the gears for a while. So... Okay, good. And 217. I'll let you pick those up and redeposit those, and then once we get some clarity... Okay, excellent. Build a second one. Second lumber mill. And let's actually put us down to 1 construction worker. And... Okay, 2 scientists right now. And as soon as I get up to 250, they stop doing research for a little bit. That's a funny problem to have. You're at work. Have a good work. Have a good work. Have a good night. Oh shit! More important than anything else right now. More important than anything else right now. Get water pumping. We need water so desperately. Okay, shut down both inventors. Double floodgates. Yep, I need a double floodgate here. Okay. What is the win state right now? Well, the failure state is the real question, right? The failure state right now is, I mean, really, it's starvation and bad water. Bad water is the big fail state. The ultimate win state, right, is that I build the Earth repopulator and rebeave the Earth. I build the Wonder. Actually, I didn't actually check what my Wonder is. Yeah, the Earth recultivator. We are very far away from that. Our medium-term goal is we are making a bad water diversion. We will probably not be able to finish it in time for the next negative event. But we are going to try. Gosh dang it. Okay, so let's see. I've got 2 unemployed beeves. That's good to know. 2 unemployed beeves. Okay. Should definitely actually get a 3rd one on. Third one on water. And okay. Spatterdock should help. I mean, any beaver is a pair of beavers is a perpetual beaver making machine. Right? Like that's just what beavers are. Speaking of which, we're up to 13 population again. We are up to our starting population. 9 adults and 4 kits. Drought approaching. Okay, we're lucky. We're lucky. We should be fine. We should be okay. We should be okay. Definitely need to be pumping water like crazy. I'm going to increase work days to 20 hours just to get more water. And in fact, that means that these are now the high priority for construction. They're now much higher priority than the, We should be good on food, and... Yeah, we got grilled spatterdock coming in. We're going to be fine on food. Water's a little bit more of a challenge. Yeah, we're back at square one on cycle 8. On cycle 8. Yeah, prioritize potato. I recently found out Polish people are delighted by beavers and the existence of them. That's good. They're wise to be delighted. That is wisdom on the part of the Poles. Okay, we can stop racing the pumps so freaking hard, and let's get two people on lumberjacking. Because we are running low on construction mats at this point. Actually, no, one lumberjack, one forester. Yeah, we're burning through the mats pretty hard right now. 350 water, I feel like should be good. It really depends on how long the drought is, right? It's if we get like a 20-day drought, I am in fact going to die. I think I should be fine. We'll find out. We'll find out. It might poison some of the trees, but I think it'll be okay. Drought has started. Yep. And you guys can stop pumping. And that means that I can put another person on foresting and another person on food. So no, I should put them on science. And these should go over to grilled spatterdock. You know what? I'm gonna clear the planting area over here. And then just all oak. Just all oak. No need for birches over there. So let's put it back down to 15-hour workdays. Let them relax a little bit. Give some more time to enjoy. Oh, okay. Well. So a little bit under... Okay, so I should have almost enough. Almost enough planks. Almost enough planks for this plan. It'll be close, but I should get... Oh, okay, okay. $309 horsepower. Oh, we're in ad break. We're in ad break. We're in ad break. I'm going to go use the bathroom. Whoop. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. I mean, people should get excited when they see otters and badgers. Those are delightful animals. Okay, 13-day drought. That's pretty rough, but I think we'll be okay. Oh, excellent, excellent. That means we've got enough beeves. Hydrology maxing in beaver build. Okay. I mean, I just feel like I feel pretty excited when I see foxes and deer. And like, I feel crazy that there are people who are just like, oh, why are people happy about seeing deer? They're just like pests. And I'm like, what is wrong with you? Like, you are demented. Like, I like deer. I live in a place where deer are like officially a nuisance, and I still like seeing them. New well-being score of 15. There we go. There we go. Ah, it was the grilled spatter dock that pushed us over. I'm gonna put on grilled potatoes. Hello, Farron. Hello, Farron. Yeah, they're just looking for some people's gardens to nibble on. That's fine. That's fine. Oh, we've got 2 unemployed beavers. Okay, and let's put on construction for now. And then once I get through with this construction, I will start... Yeah, building lacks power, that's fine. They're way too brave. Ah, the fools. Okay. We're going to have to do some, like, full major reconstruction at some point. Okay, so those birches are going to die. I think it might actually be more valuable for me to actually reduce food a little bit and then put this one back on. Reduce construction. Increase science. Wait, no, hold on. I don't need science anymore. Well, actually, no, I do need science. I will need haulers sooner or later, but I don't have enough, like, complicated construction things even happening for that to be justified. Yeah, good for them. Good for those. Good for those deer. I like deer. I know a lot of people don't, but it's so weird to me. It's like they're delights. They're very scared. I do that. They are very, very scared. Don't actually need this one over here either. Some more oaks over here. And you know what we really need? All right. Oh, you have chipped teeth. I need to fix your chipped teeth. Okay, there we go. Tooth grindstone done. This is so funny to me. Just placing his face to the grindstone. Hello, Gringotts. Hello, 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 hello. Welcome in. Good to see you. How are you doing, my friend? Weighs a whole bunch of logs on this whole contraption. Yeah, whatever. An inventor being on staff is fine. We'll deal with it. It's like, what are you doing, Glomer? I can see some spatterdock right there. Okay, potatoes and... Okay. Chestnuts will be a while. Oh, we're about to run out of water. Okay. Well, that means we got a new priority here. You can stop. Put you down to 1. And build a path here. Okay. Mass deer ritual suicide? Maybe they knew something you didn't. Maybe that was, in fact, actually on purpose. But okay. We have a crude bad water diversion. We have enough food to last us for a while. We are good on food for a minute. Do need to do something silly like this. Regular spatter dock. Yeah, I think that's fine. Leave them alone. They're just doing deer stuff. They got business. That business is deer stuff. Oh, hold on. Don't cut any of that stuff. Hey, these trees alive. The birches can do whatever, but... Squirrels are also cute. I'm pretty open about my general stance that, like, most animals are fine, and people are too harsh on them. Well, Spatterdock dies immediately. That's funny. Yeah, we got enough food. Water's more of a problem, but food... How interesting. This is like a hole. Not really a hole, but... Hello, Elo Retzi. Please go ahead and give me the question. Give me the question. I'm sure that you are fully aware that if I don't like it, I will just simply not answer it. What's the deal with Birth of a Nation? Birth of a Nation is a film. It is an old film. It is a very racist film. That's kind of the core of the deal with it. Not a whole hell of a lot else to say about it. It was very transformative in its time. It was a lot of people consider it an exceptional jump forward in special effects. I don't know how justified that is, right, as a belief to have, but a lot of people did believe this. Yeah, controversial would be an understatement. Like the core plot of it is a racist fever dream about a black man kidnapping and raping white women and then being heroically extrajudicially executed by the KKK. Yeah, I've seen other films from that era, and there's some pretty advanced stuff happening there. I think a lot of other films that deserve a lot of credit just were not. Yes, yes, the KKK were holy knights protecting the world from monsters. That is really fundamentally what it's about. That is a fair way of describing what the overall deal is with it. Yeah, that happens a lot. Hello, Sharkray. Hello, Sharkray. Yeah, that's kind of the core gist of it. The parts of it that kind of I think are actually a little bit more. I think the most interesting thing about it is that it was the first film that was displayed in the White House. Which I think is pretty interesting. That's what, at least I believe it was. That's the claim that has been made. It was the first film played in the White House. It was Woodrow Wilson. Woodrow Wilson, famous Woodrow Wilson. Okay, I think I need to redo some stuff in here because I have a mess on my hands, right? Oh, okay, I see I can't build there. I was like, why can't I build there? Nope, don't want you there, actually. Yeah, Fleischer did much more. Fleischer's actually much more impressive. Look at if you ever Fleischer's films are incredible. Fleischer was doing incredible stuff. I definitely agree with Mix on that one. Oh, okay. We are almost out of space for the beeves. And we are out of water. They are going to be sad beavers. Turn off that. Hello, Winde. Hello, Winde. Thank you for the workout time. Mix can explain about Fleischer and some of the Fleischer's animated films. All right. All right. Backing up. And let's get this started. Elbows tucked, feet on chair, core engaged. Let's go. 1, 2, I fell. 3, 4, 5, 6. 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Oh. The invert angle push-ups, I can't do another set of. That was my limit on inverted angle push-ups. I gotta do regular push-ups or do squats for the next set. Oh. Okay. Here's hoping that we don't get too many deaths of dehydration. Okay. Cycle 9 has begun. A lot of construction to do right now. Water should be here in the morning. I think I can focus on like quality of life improvements for a moment. Maybe not. Okay, so no water comes in this way. Okay. And water will overflow very briefly over here. I should set this to a 24-hour workday. Okay, need to remember that. Takes slightly over 24 hours. Drought is approaching. Okay, you guys gotta hurry the fuck up on... Not 24 hours, 20 hours. 19 hours. Okay. Hello, Dizzy. Hello, Dizzy. We have recovered. We have fully recovered. We were at... This colony of beavers was at the start of stream at 6 beavers and has since fully recovered up to 21. We now have a fully operational beaver colony. And in fact, my big issue right now is that the population is too low. Nope. This was a new run. I started this last night. I am learning my much less favored the much less favorite the cuter ones, the brown ones, the folktales. I think I must say that I am looking forward to getting back to getting to play Iron Beavers. Yeah, okay. You guys are going to be working long hours until we can get up to like 19. Not beavers, but oh, we had a bunch of beavers all die of old age very quickly. Oh, one died of thirst. Okay. But okay, until the water, you guys are working long hours until we get the water stabilized again, which is going to, looks like it's going to take a minute. Dang. Okay, I need to think about, because there's only 2 classes and I want to learn, right? I do not view it as like just good versus bad. This is, I am learning, right? I'm expanding myself outside of my comfort zone, right? That's why. Yep. Oh, I tend to view there's kind of 2 different ways that I tend to think about this. One is that like I tend to think that either I am learning something, I am either like playing a class that like there's a class that doesn't hold interest to me, and then there's a class that I don't like, and it's because I feel like I don't understand it, right? Like those are kind of different experiences for me subjectively. And if it's something where I feel like I don't understand it because I'm not good enough, that's different, right? Like, if it's just, oh, like, I just kind of like don't see what the appeal or purpose is, then yeah, like, why would I bother? But if it's something where like I can see the appeal and I just haven't succeeded, that's different. That's quite different. Right, that's a very different thing. I'm sure it's a big water pump. The large water pump. 500. It needs the good wood. I'm a little bit far away from actually unlocking. It's really just the water pumps I care about right now. What is the unoccupied job? Oh, the gear workshop. Okay, that's all right. Move you over here. But yeah, I don't know. There's places where it's like, oh, like why do I not like this class? And it's like the answer is skill issue, right? Like if the answer is skill issue, that's very different to me than the answer being like I like just don't see the purpose. Drought has started. 17 days. I am actually in trouble. I am actually in trouble. We might lose here. This might just be game over. I know I tend to say that a lot. So I'm trying not to be too hyperbolic here, but that is extremely rough. You know what? So far, no. So far, I have not. Which is a bit of a shame. I do understand that they are better farmers than my preferred class. Like, I do get that. That is just simply a true fact. Hello, Deathheart. Hello, Deathheart. They are more skilled farmers, and that does have an effect. But they are... Their way that they use land frustrates me a lot more. And that has, in fact, been, like, the main thing I've gotten out of this. Is that, like, I don't like their land use footprints as much. Okay, so water... And, in fact, let's... We've got some haulers now, so we may as well actually use those haulers and clean up some of the stuff over here. But yeah, I'm comfortable with just basically wrecking my entire food system. Oh yeah. So the other beavers are... So, the biggest difference is food. Hello, Kit Creates PNG. The biggest difference is food, and so they have the same basic farm base. Ultimately, the these guys have a more efficient farm, but it is still basically the same farm. It grows a number of crops on land. The crops grow over time. They need to be watered, so on. The upgraded food source for the folktales is the aquatic farmhouse, which requires water. It requires standing water, and you put plants in the standing water, and that's how you do it. The way that the Iron Teeth do their advanced food is with hydroponic farms, which require more labor, but are much more land efficient and don't require using river land. And so the folktales have a bunch of things that encourage them towards more significant horizontality. Whereas I enjoyed the way that the Iron Teeth worked a lot more with verticality. I guess might be a simpler way of putting it. The Iron Teeth are a lot more vertical. And the folktales are a lot more dependent on having lots of access to riverbeds. I asked people. I asked around. I don't do a lot. Kit creates PNG. I don't do a lot. If you haven't noticed, I don't do a lot of edited content in general. So that's not like a huge percentage of what I do as a streamer, so I haven't had to do it a lot. I'm gonna get rid of you. And you guys in here. You guys in here need to be gone. I need to figure out some things here. But yeah, I've hired other people to edit for me, and I found them through other VTubers as a rule. But overall, I would not describe edited content as a huge success for me. And yep. You are the requester. Nothing to do in range. I forgot about this. Let's increase the cutting range a little bit more. Okay, I'll just be kind of an injection of wood right there. It's probably time for me to start collecting a little bit of metal. Oh, Anonymous! Thank you for the gifts up to hello_old_man. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That's very kind of you. That's very kind of you. I really appreciate it. As I say so often, this channel is supported by viewers like you. This is a donation supported channel, and I really genuinely do appreciate every little bit that I get. Every little bit that I get helps quite a bit. I'm very, very grateful. I think it's more instinctive. I don't know how much experimentation has been done on this. But I do know that we have seen that beavers will just kind of intuitively dam up things that sound like running water, even if there's no water there. So that implies to me that they don't actually have a process level understanding that like connects like I will put things here to cause this water to not be in another place. That implies to me that they just are taking things as they come. Okay. I think I need to make a little bit more space. And I think... well, these need to be removed. Yeah, it's really funny, Farron. It's I saw a video of it once and I loved it. I thought it was incredible. I genuinely do not... I have never been able to find it again. I am only familiar with it from the one time I saw it, and I've never been able to find it again, which makes me very, very sad. Oh. Time for a chestnut harvest. Am I referring to this video? I'm going to have to take a look. Am I referring to this video? Just clicking on that caused my computer just like a light on fire. No, I'm not, but this is adorable. This is adorable. I do worry that they're actually stressed out as hell. That's a fair point, Farron. I'm sorry, Desi Chicken. I think, well, it's... I mean, I guess, like, how do I think about how I relate to my instincts, right? Because I'm an animal, to my knowledge. That's my understanding of things. I just well, yeah. I didn't think you were disparaging the beavers. Don't believe you. Yeah, how could an animal have evolved from paper? Well, to me, the place where like instinct has meaning and utility is in terms of like, do we like to what extent do I actually think about some of the things I do? That's like the most obvious place where I'm thinking about this is like, to what extent am I conscious of what I am doing? Versus just like feeling anxious if it doesn't happen. Like, is there some deeper, is there some sort of pre-conscious... Yeah, you're born knowing how to cry. I think you're born knowing a couple of things. It's kind of my understanding of it. Grilled chestnut. Grilled nut. So I need to rationalize my farming zone. This kind of, I'm kind of getting distracted by this. Kind of getting distracted by this. I need to... I am going to look up something, that is interesting about facial structure. That is interesting. That is interesting. I am going to look up Timberborn. I'm going to go over to the Timberborn wiki and they have some rules about food here that I want to take a look at. Oh shit, I forgot about beehives. I forgot entirely about beehives. How do what do beehives do to my calculus on this? Well, I need paper in order for them to get any use about them. Oh, the beavers, the inclusion of yeah, I am. We might be screwed anyway. Again, like we might be doomed. Because of water on water grounds. I'm just looking at the wiki chart for farming. I'm trying to... There's a chart on here that's really good and I can't find what I'm looking for. It's not crops. Is it field? I'm gonna let these two fight it out for a minute. Before I feel the need to intervene. Did they change the wiki to make it my life harder? Did They changed the wiki to make my life specifically harder. They may have changed the wiki. They may have literally deleted the information I was looking for. Hello, Vovern. Hello, Vovern. I'm looking for the ratio of food. There's a food ratio, so it's definitely not on the fandom wiki. So it had to have been on the GG wiki, and I can't find it. I can't find what I'm looking for. So they may have actually deleted the thing that I'm looking for, which means I need to manually redo it myself. Which means I'm going to manually redo it myself. We're going to be bringing out spreadsheets right here, right now. Food production. Let me take a look. Let me take a look. That might be it. Open link. Yes, of course. Oh, God. Why did that open up in the wrong program? Let me try that again. It opened up in a really weird place. Yeah, this is not quite what I'm looking for, and I think it's on an older version, so it might not be up to date. Like that is the fandom wiki is pre-Iron being in the game. So I might even just do it manually using the in-game tooltips, right? Okay, so guys, we are going to add some we are going to do some math here on stream. Crop yield growing. Spelled yield wrong. Growing period. Also. And size 11 because I'm an old man. Carrots, sunflower, potato, spatterdock, wheat. Wheat's the one where I end up in a real pain in the ass. Wheat is the one where I'm in a real pain in the ass here. Cattail. Chestnuts. Because cattail and wheat goes into multiple things. So let's. So 3, 4, 3. Actually, just call that 1. And sunflowers are 2, 5, 1. And potatoes are 1, 6. And then I think this is 4. Yeah, 4. And then up next is spatterdock. 3. And it is 3 per 12. And then chested nuts are ratio of 2. And it is 3 per 8 days. We're in ad break. We are in ad break. I will be back with more math. I'm back, I am back, I am back. Welcome me back, folks. I am back. Okay, so cattails. Yield 3. I should have done this the other way around, but 3. No, 3. 8. Nope. 3. 8. No. Thank you, Ox. Thank you, Theo. Let me go back here. What did I get? Yeah, there's some interesting discussion about instinct that I am, like, very unqualified to discuss at any particularly, like, good level. Mix and Dizzy definitely know more than me. Theo got ads for batteries and soccer. That's interesting. Home insurance, gum, cartridge razors, credit cards, something about FIFA, the concept of things moving fast, an anti-vaping PSA, insurance, and all-you-can-eat restaurant in a major theme park. Theo, you're getting good ads. You're getting good ads. You got ads for, like, products that you can do and actions you can take. Yeah, FIFA aside, but, like, at least it's, like, watch a sport. It's not gamble on a sport or give us money so we can have an AI watch the sports for you. So that you can spend more time at work. So I will say that at least is something of a W. No, wheat is something else. Wheat is... That's cattail. Wheat is 10-3. And I don't know how much that is. Bakery. Bakery. So flour, the gristmill is 1-1, and the bakery is 1-5. And cattail crackers are 1-4. Least effective ad you've ever missed. Okay, that one's a pure miss. That's a pure miss. I think maybe that they're mad about the fact that you're avoiding violence. Again, the main ad I get on Twitch is play Valorant, and I find it deeply, deeply funny that means that, as far as I am concerned, them trying to advertise Valorant to me is mostly that they know that I'm a streamer. That's how I read it, right? Is it like they know I'm a streamer and they know and therefore I should play Valorant. It is possible they don't know that I am not going to play Valorant. The other possibility is that they think I'm single, which is very funny. Those are my two explanations. Those are my two explanations. It's true, actually, Theo. That's true, Theo. You are correct. I am not equipped to play Valorant even if I wanted to. Happy Pride, lesbians. They might recognize you around about 5 different ad blocks that are punishing you for it. Ah, you need to get it down to 2, like me. Search for e-bikes once about 6 months ago, still get tons of ads for them. That's cool. E-bikes are... E-bikes are a very cool technology. I keep on having this conversation that I do actually think that there are a lot of cool technologies out there. I'm just specifically not impressed with I'm just very specifically not impressed with like AI and What's the other one that people keep on wanting me to be impressed with? I keep forgetting this one. There's another one they're always like, why aren't you impressed with this? I'm like, I don't care. I'm not impressed with self-driving cars. I'll say that one for damn sure. Oh, touchscreens. Yeah, touchscreen social media. These things don't really impress me. E-bikes impress me. I am impressed with e-bikes. I am impressed with e-bikes. I am impressed with silicon oven mitts. Those really impress me. I'm impressed with car backup cameras. Those are all major transformative tech of the last 10 years. Okay, and then... how much food do beavers need? Oh, okay, it is in here. It was just hidden behind another link. I feel silly. Oh, well, we'll keep on doing the manual math. We'll keep on doing the manual math. So time normalized plots per food is actually kind of the number I want, which is the inverse of this. Like, right? Like day per food actually works out to what I'm trying to accomplish anyway. Is there money? No, there is not. The beeves don't have cash. I don't really feel like any game really has money in a way that's like meaningful. Like there is Dwarf Fortress used to have the dwarven economy, and that was extremely funny. I mean, there are games that have money in like the literal sense, but very rarely do they have like a market that simulates market effects, right? Like there's money and trade in Dot Age, but you literally just like it's just a resource that converts into other resources at a fixed rate. Cookie clicker. Is the stock market actually simulated? Oh, there is a Cruelty Squad. Cruelty Squad has a meaningful stock market. That exists only to make it impossible to play. Amazing. Amazing. Cruelty Squad actually does have a market. That one's real. That one's real. Recitaire kind of has an economic simulation. I'm not sure how much of one. I mean, I guess the Recitaire economic simulation is actually pretty reasonable in that the market is just a series of prices that happen to you randomly for no good reason. I mean, you know what game really has a market? Warframe. Warframe really has a market. That one has a real market. I don't know how many single player games really have a market. One of the things that drives me nuts is that Victoria 1, 2, and 3 do in fact have like a market, but money isn't actually part of it. Like money is like a kind of like fixed good. Which is it's like it's a different use value commodity. So it's not really money. Yeah, Warframes is weird. Warframes is crazy. It's Warframe is so strange. So let's say I want to support 60. That's not right at all. Yeah, there's also Eve. Eve, the funniest thing to me in the world is that Eve is just capitalism, but also on top of Eve being just capitalism, the most victorious and successful guild in Eve Online was the one that didn't do capitalism. I'm never going to stop thinking this is funny. I know, these numbers can't be right. Yeah. So the reason why it worked out, is that it's Goon Squad. It's Goon Squad, Goon Fleet, from the Something Awful forums. EVE Online actually has an incredibly complicated and interesting relationship with how trust works. So if you play Eve and you are interacting with other Eve players, the only way you can know that somebody is trustworthy is based off of their resume, right? And so if you want to give somebody a place of responsibility within your corporation, you have to have a history of interaction with them. And if they're not somebody who you already know from some other reason, it is going to be based on your own experiences and testimony from other players, right? And that is how you become a powerful person in the real game of Eve, which is politics. As is true of any game that is a capitalism simulator, it is actually a game about politics. Yeah, so here's where corporate espionage becomes interesting, right? Is that if your only route to power to be able to do corporate espionage is the testimony of other Eve players that you have been a trustworthy person for a long time, now we get into an interesting problem, right? Now we get into an interesting problem. And so the place where this problem gets interesting is that that's your avenue to power. And then Goonwafa, in order to become a member of Goonwafa, it is not based on your activities inside Eve, it is based on your participation in the Something Awful forums. Having a long posting history on Something Awful is what lets you into the club. No amount of being good at EVE Online will let you into Goonwafa. That is not what they care about. They care about you being a good poster. Not even a good poster, just a reliable poster. Just somebody who has a posting history on their specific forum. And so, once you're inside the club, you are not part of the normal rules of Eve Trust do not apply to the goons. It's worth pointing out that this is not unique to the goons. It's just the other people who have this attribute are ESL. So the French and Hungarian guilds also have this asset where your ability to be a member of it is not based on your trustworthiness and your displays of honor, your e-bushido, as the goons call it. So what this means is that the goons have a high degree of trust in people who betray people who are not goons. If you do a lot of treachery in the game, but none of the people you screw over are other goons, you are considered perfectly trustworthy. Which means that the goons have an unusually high liberty. Wherein they can just betray other people constantly. And the way that this works for the goons, what they end up doing, and this is very, very, very funny to me, is they create shell corporations, many of them, create shell corporations that will then vouch for other goons in a complex network of references to create false identities at a high degree of fidelity because they have high trust in each other. And yes, you're correct, Dizzy, is the goons exist in a higher ecosystem because they're tied to outside values. The other part where it becomes liberating, and this is, I don't know how true this is, but for a long time, Goonwafa was able to punch radically above their weight in war between factions. In the PvP wars, because So the goons are doing things, they have outside values, right? And they are able to call upon and recognize something that is extremely interesting. An existential war in EVE Online is not actually an existential war. An existential war in EVE Online is a question of fun. It is not a question of you whether or not you personally literally die. It is a question of whether or not you literally personally are bored. So, this means that the goons don't have a hierarchy of needs wherein acquiring assets is particularly valuable. This means that existential wars for other factions that cause spinouts and crashouts and death spirals cause life spirals for the goons. They get they have a inverse relationship with winning wars. Winning a war, losing a war has a negative feedback loop for them, which is genuinely interesting. Yeah, they are orcs for Warhammer. Like, when people have tried to get me to join EVE Online, it's because the goons are losing a war, and losing a war is fun. This also leads to a bunch of weird stuff. Like, one of the things about EVE Online, right, is that the more expensive a ship is to acquire, ships are permanently destroyed. And so really expensive ships take a very long time to acquire and represent enormous investments, sometimes real life money equivalents that are eye-watering to me, that are more than I would pay for a car. And this is one of the very, very funny parts about this, is that a lot of the higher tier ships in the game that are more expensive are really unpleasant to pilot. They are unfun to pilot, but you give them to your most dedicated players, and because they are the ones who've shown the most dedication, because these are major assets. Again, because the goons are existing on a separate set of values that is an outside value system. If you're a new and bad player and you want to pilot a Titan, they will give you a fucking Titan. The goon warfare system is not built around rewarding people for in-game rewards, it's built around hype. Hype is their actual limiting resource. And so everything is about hype and propaganda to the goons, which also means that coming up with excuses to convince people to do suicide attack runs is actually really important, because that's apparently one of the more fun things to do in EVE Online in a warfare situation, is not to pilot a major ship that actually, like, can take on a ton of other ships. It is more about suicide bombing with cheap bullshit. Yes, they have looked at the game, and they have seen the cycle of samsara, and they have said LMAO. That is how the goons play that game. All right, I'm gonna put this away, and let's see. Let's take a look here. I'm just going to take a look here and see how much space I have. So if I want to plant carrots here... So this is like, let's call this 10. And let's call this 22. So I've got about 200 plots for terrestrial plants. And let's actually round that down to like 150. 150 for farming. So if my ratios are... let's see, let's do some ratios here. And Doing some quick math here, just some sums. Okay, that's actually pretty close. So, and then how much... and then I would want 33 maples on top of that. 33 maples and... No, hold on. So 33 maples, and how much spatterdock do I want here? Okay, 100 divided by 3. And then chestnuts, we want... And maple, we want also. At... Okay, I'm gonna... So 30... Let's actually just round these up. So 45 wheat, 38 potato, 34 carrots, 34 spatterdock, 34 chestnuts, and 34 maples. Okay, that'll produce a ton of food from my perspective. Yes, that is correct. We have no indication of any class systems inside the beavers. We have no indication of a beave class system. They appear to be classless, but not necessarily stateless. Not necessarily stateless. Oh, they do take up tasks other than food production. Food production is actually not in many ways the most limited, but they are... But they don't care. They do not specialize. If a beaver gets reassigned from farming to another task, nothing happens. Just nothing happens. Okay, so let's think about this. This is going to be my farming zone, and I need to... So I've got 150 for crops, and then like another 60 for trees. How many chestnuts do I have? 1, 2, 3... I can just do I should remove the chestnuts up here and replace them with maple. This is one of those things that annoys the crap out of me, is that now that I've actually put down the plants, oh, it's much more generous than Dwarf Fortress. Yes, that is absolutely the case. It is much more generous than Dwarf Fortress. But this is something that drives me nuts, is that I have to wait for all these plants to clear. Before I can put down new planting ground. This actually does annoy the piss out of me. Nothing to do in range. Oh! Foxish Tail! Foxish Tail! What were you up to, Foxish Tail? Hello, raiders. My name is Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology and a current VTuber. I'm an old man. I love old things. How was Timberborn? I mostly do calligraphy. I did my spiel in the wrong order. I mostly do calligraphy, and I talk about history, and I talk about books, and that's my spiel. That's what I do. Pressure map with iron teeth. I am playing Helix with folk tales, and I am currently trying to fix my farming because my farming ratios are screwed up. We have pulled back from the brink of extinction. So I do have that going for me. Fox's Tail, thank you for the follow. We have pulled back from the brink of extinction, but it is still pretty touch and go, if you ask me. It's still pretty touch and go. I am unhappy with my farming because of how farming works sometimes, Nothing to do in range. They're just harvest. Can you not harvest? Okay, legitimate question. Is there a reason why they can't harvest these carrots? Oh, there is a reason why I can't harvest these carrots. Okay. But yes, I have beaten hard mode once with iron. With the iron beeves. Do I have an empty warehouse? Yes. Except carrots here. Okay. But yes, how is that? How is that? I tend to like the Iron Tooth more. This map has been a pain. We have managed to pass the big test and get the floodgate set up. But that is where we currently are, and I'm currently a little bit spooked and worried. But yes. If you would like to stay here and relax for a little bit, I would be very happy. If you do not wish to stay a while and listen, that is also extremely fine. I am not going to be a cop. Like I said, I mostly do calligraphy and paint miniatures. Those are my most typical forms of content. And we're scavenging. But yeah, this map, I do feel like I have screwed up a bit. Underground pile. I should get some underground piles going. But not, I think, for uno momento. Actually, I can build an underground pile. Do I have enough research for an underground pile? No, nowhere near it. Let's get you guys on researching. Yeah, but this map is pretty rough. We have 8 days with 513 water left. That's pretty rough. Well, we're going to miss out on most of a crop. That's fine. 644 food will carry me through, I think, for 8 days. And then I can rationalize my planting. And put you over to grilled spatterduck. And then we can do some silly stuff. Biggest problem is the disorganization of these huts. So I think... Yeah, I know, right? Gringotts? This is a thing that Mix hates about the world, and I think he just needs to live with, is the extent to which games are very often like mathematical, right? That like math is actually a kind of uber skill in video gaming. Grill those nuts. Yeah, these are gonna die. These chestnuts are gonna die. I'm gonna clear some planting area up here. The maples are a little bit hardier. Of course, the oaks are very hardy. Nothing to do in range. Alright. Alright. Shut down the efficient farmhouse. Shut down the aquatic farmhouse. Some more lumber beeves to work. Yeah, I can safely remove this one. And let's throw on priority painter. Do I listen to the rest is history? I do not. I do not. I used to listen to Behind the Bastards a lot more. I don't really these days. Let's clear this out. The whole map is contaminated. It's a huge pain in the ass. I do have a bad water diversion over here. It's pretty primitive and crude. But yeah, it pretty much gets the whole map. The OG Anabaptist. An interesting innovation and an interesting way of looking at the problems that the Catholic Church had and created. I don't know if that's the same thing as them being, strictly speaking, the good guys. But it is certainly an interesting way of engaging with that, right? And yeah, it's not a very intelligent thought, I don't think, but there you have it. Empty you out. You. I'm trying to consolidate my water storage a little bit. Painted any goblins? No, actually. I paint mostly Romans. I have a shitload of ancient Romans that I have painted. I have a shitload of ancient Romans and a lot of, I've painted Eldar quite a bit. Both history, yeah, that happens. That happens. I actually do a lot of wargaming. I am a pretty bad Infinity player. Running and cooking are actually my favorite hobbies. If you were asking about like me as a person, those are my actual favorites. Is running and cooking. Tried Blood Bowl? I think Blood Bowl's neat. I'm a bit of a curmudgeon. I really like my war games pretty crunchy. Okay, so now that I have this fixed, let's start on trying to rationalize this a little bit. So 33 is going to be 3 by 11. Three by 11 carrots, and actually no, let's clear that. Let's start from the outside. Hello, Galaxy Wolfstar. Hello. How are you doing, Galaxy Wolfstar? I feel like I'm a very busy man, to be honest. I feel like I'm a very, very busy man. But yeah. Listen, I live for evil. Okay. Cattail, so we want wheat to be 45. And we want those to be on the further away side. And then we want 38 potato. So that's 15. That's 18. Plus 9, 27. And then we want 11 more. Potato. And then sunflower, we want 25. So that's 16, 20, 24, 25 for sunflower. Oh, you do. There should be. Isn't do I have Heroes Die in there? Heroes Die is fantasy. That's my favorite fantasy. My favorite fantasy novels are Heroes Die, but that's a pulp fantasy. And if you want a more kind of like thoughtful fantasy story, Tehanu. Tehanu's incredible. Read Tehanu. It's sci-fi fantasy. I don't know. I'm not really much of a genre. I'm not as much of a genre fiction guy. I'm pretty. If a book is good, a book is good. I don't tend to get too stuck on whether it's fantasy or what have you. If it's good, it's good. And I'm actually going to just place these 9 over here. Let's place these 18 over here. Let's place these 18 over here. So potatoes, 18. So potato ratio should be fine. If I do the wheat as well, that ratio should remain fine. 5 by 9, that's the correct ratio. And then we want carrot. 18. 21, 27, all right, that should be good. Oh yeah, yes. I mean that's all it's called. It's right. It's the Zhuangzi by Zhuangzi. It's incredible. It's really incredible. Easy to recommend the Zhuangzi to people. I have very little trouble recommending the Zhuangzi to people. Let's see. If I want maple and chestnuts, I want those at 34 each. What is 34 decompose into? Oh man, that's a hard question. That's a hard question. I mean, it's the way that cannot be named is the way that can be named is not the eternal name, right? The path that can be walked is not the eternal path, etc. It's a kind of irreducible work, but I think a lot of why the Zhuangzi sticks out to me after all of the years, you know, I read it like first like 30, 40 years ago, and it's really stuck with me in a way that like the Enchiridion does not. Nor like the Republic or Meditations or anything like that, is that it's really fucking funny. It's really, really fucking funny. It's an extremely funny book, and it's I don't know if it's useful, but it is fun, and I think it's actually quite mind-expanding. Those are kind of the traits about it that really stand out to me. Let's see, so that's 16. That's 25. $29, $32, $36, $39, so that's 39. Okay, and so that means we want a gathering flag right there, and medium warehouse right there, and this will be chestnut provider. It's going all right, Big Mama Chunk. It's going all right now. I am re-rationalizing my farms because I am not happy with how they were laid out before. And I'm trying to figure out where I want the warehouses to go. But how are you doing, Miss Chunk? Or should I say Madam Chunk? Space Marine. The Marines from space. Either is fine. Either is fine. All right. I just like to meet people's preferences, right? Oh, the chestnuts. More chestnuts can go away. All right, perfect. Long day shouldn't intern around at work. I see. I have been blessed in this life to have very little interaction with the intern. With that most benighted and long suffering of figures in the American Commedia dell'arte. It's chestnuts, spatterdock. Take your EIT before you graduate. What is an EIT? I actually don't understand what your line of work is, Big Mama Chunk. I apologize if that makes me a dope, but I actually don't know. Engineer in training. Licensed professional engineer. Okay. So you are an engineer. Okay, that was kind of the question. Was like, I genuinely just like, I'm like, what does she do? What is her task? Instrumentations and control. I liked working instrumentation. When I had to do instrumentation, I did not get very far, right, in the science side of my career, but I did enjoy working with instruments. I don't know if that makes me like a beep boop robot psychopath or what, but like I did actually enjoy that part of my education and training. There were some much worse parts, right? Okay, and then we can delete this. And now let's think about this. So gristmill doesn't need power. It does need space. Bakery also doesn't need power. That's actually pretty good as far as I'm concerned. For me, it's the big electrochemical sensors that look for leaks of toxic gases. That is cool. That is cool. I will not pretend that you are not doing cool work. I will not pretend that you are not doing cool work. That is cool work. Neat but scary. Yeah, yep. Anyone chat familiar with Aria the animation? I am not. I have never heard of this. I have no idea what you were talking about. I think I might need to double these up. Let's see. So we need... You should probably be wheat. Okay, hold on. Let's... I gotta do... I've given myself a bad headache here. I've given myself a bad headache here. You should be wheat. Well, Terraform Mars been in practice is a slice of life early Iyashike. I don't know what an Iyashike is. Love letter to Venice. Excellent. Those, I guess like the really bad consequence, right, is they take away your engineering stamp unless you live in New Jersey, in which case they take away your engineering crimp. If that's my recollection of how this all works. Okay, hold on. I'm deleting all this. This is stupid. This is stupid. I'm screwing up here. This is not what I want. Totoro Animal Crossing Yoro Camp. Interesting. I am not familiar with this. I'm not familiar with this subgenre. Let's turn up the construction site priority on this one. So... Oh, and how much Spatterdock do I have down here? This is probably way too much Spatterdock. I need... Oh. Ads are in progress. Okay, I'll be right back. Hello, hello, hello. Have you all been behaving while I've been gone? I hope you have been. All right, all right, all right. All right. Hmm. Hanging by a thread. He'll be okay. He'll be okay. He'll be fine. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. Let's get back here. So I want 34 of these. How many is that? How much spatter dock have I put down? So 34 is going to be 6 by 8, right? Ah. 6 by 9, 4 by 9. I'm dumb as hell. Can I pull out of a tailspin? So far, we are actually I'm actually feeling pretty good. So far, I am in fact actually feeling fine, as they say. So 6 by 5 is 30. 34. That's 34. And then cattails. That's 20, which is, I think, huge overkill. That's overkill. Yeah, that's fine. It's fine. Okay, and then let's... I'll be honest, I've just never been happy with, like, any of my phones. Okay, let's unidle another one of these. I pretty much universally consider my phones, like, huge pains in the ass that I barely tolerate. Alright, didn't actually figure out the hard part. Which is how the heck I'm going to organize my food production. So you're going to be regular chestnuts, and then I need a spatter dock requester over here. Spatter dock provider. This is going to be potatoes, chestnuts. And then we need wheat. Oh my god, we need so much stuff over here. We need wheat. Let's just think about this for a second. We need wheat, cattail, but that can be our requester. Wheat, cattail, but can be a requester, and then wheat flour, wheat flour, cattail flour, bread, cattail crackers, maple. Oh my god, that's 7 warehouses. I need to figure out some way to use 7 warehouses here. This is just going to be an absolute rat's nest. There's going to be some sicko nonsense over here. Makes you want to cry. Hold on a second here. So these are chestnuts, so I can do 3 here. Something to make it actually more vertical. Hmm. Ah, crap. If it was the bakery here, this would be fine. But it's not. It's the grist mill. Take a look at this thing again. Grist mill. No, it doesn't help me at all. My phone has, I think, 2018 was when I got it. Worth it. Okay, you are cattail flower. Fine, wheat flower. Cattail flower. Cattail roots. Requester. Wheat. This is what I was going to do. There we go. I've got an Android. I've got Samsung Galaxy. I've got Samsung Galaxy. I don't like it. I have a Samsung Galaxy that I am not a fan of. It's just not very good. Like, yeah. Mine might be an S10. I mean, the truth of the matter is that it's going to be it's going to be very difficult to please me with a smartphone because I just don't like touchscreen interface. Like, I'm just like, every single time I'm using my phone, I'm just like, this could have a keyboard. Like, why doesn't this have just a physical keyboard? Like, that would be such an improvement. I missed that generation entirely. I was on T9 until I got, like, until I got something. I would be a BlackBerry guy. I would be a BlackBerry guy if I had the technology. And this is chestnut. No, that's not chestnut. That's chestnut. Okay, there we go. That's kind of unfucked right there. I mean, I didn't text a whole ton. Mint Costello was claiming that she can type, that she could pull 45 words per minute on T9. I'm just like, I don't know if that's true. That feels insane. That feels absolutely ridiculous to me. Okay, and then we need a small pile here, and then a small warehouse here. You are requesting Spatterdock. Where's Spatterdock? And you are requesting logs. Yeah, I don't know if I'm like misunderstanding her or what. But she's like, I hate the swipe typing that they've added to iPhone because it's like it's just slower than like this other stuff I've been doing. I'm like, that is wild. She's like, yeah, I just do like 45 words per minute. She said, I thought she said T9. That just seems incredible to me. Goodbye, little chestnut. I can do swipe a lot faster than I can do, I can do swipe a lot faster than I can do, what's it called? How do I remove these? Actually, Big Mama Chunk, are you here? Is there an easier way to break through the thorns? Because you made fun of, you were like, wow, I can't believe you just like raw dogged the thorns, but I don't actually know what the alternative is. So I'm asking you what the alternative is. I find the swipe easier than the regular. Oh, you just need the resource to have bedridden. Okay, okay, okay. Okay. I can't demolish my way through them. I can't use dynamite. Oh, okay, the alternative is to walk around. Yeah, I want to reclaim the space is the thing. Okay, we have 2 days left, and we've got 312 food and 140 water. We're fine. We're fine. Oh, do need to add a maple requester over here. Maple requester. You're going to be bread. You're going to be cattail crackers. You're going to be maple candy. So knowing how hard it is to make branching paths in this game. I mean, my words per minute on a standard keyboard, on a standard phone keyboard are, like... Usually I would say I type at... I think I've usually said historically. I don't think this has changed. Like, maybe 2 words per minute. Litter.cotbox.moe, that's a terrifying name. Let's see. How much trouble am I having with thirst? Currently none. We'll be fine. And let's see about planting some more maple. So currently I have 1, 2, 3, 4 7, 10, 14, and I want 34. 14, 20, 28, 34. No. Need big maple. Maple provider. Since you were in high school, if not earlier. Wow. Did we have URLs when I was in high school? I mean, I should don't know. I don't think we did. There's .com, .net, .edu, and .gov. Good old-fashioned .govs. Folks, would you just like go to the end of a street and just stare at a wooden carving of a man? Gender neutral, but like in general, like would you do that? Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. If it was interesting enough, certainly wouldn't seek it out. Okay. Okay, so we have hit near total rationalization of the food system, which means that we are confronted with a much more important and impressive problem, which is water mega project. That's a decent amount of food. Decent amount of wood up there. Alright, alright. Hearing mixed things. Don't entirely know why I did this. I guess it's so that I can, like, do some water pumping a little bit further. Yeah, that's what it was for. So I can do some extra water pumping. During droughts, so to give myself a little bit more time to pump water. Actually kind of makes my life a little bit harder. I should have used floodgates. But they're so much cheaper. So, well, it doesn't actually slow it down that much. Could make bad water considerably worse. Ho 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 ho. That's good. That's good. Turn on foresters. Oh, interesting. Okay, so the use of these dams has actually doubled the amount of time it takes for the water to get down here. I may want to stop that. So let's turn off grist mill and bakery. They're not going to be doing anything for a minute. Okay. 20-hour workdays. We gotta make hay while the sun shines. In fact, I'm gonna turn off construction for the moment. Turn off research for the moment. I'm gonna reduce this down to 2. And turn on 1, I guess. 1 inventor. Highest priority. Highest priority. There we go. Drought is approaching. I knew it. I knew it. I could feel it in my bones. You guys have gotta go crazy on that water. You guys gotta go crazy on that water. Oh, we might actually be in a lot of trouble. So you're going to be on grilled potatoes, but you're not going to be active until we get anything. Let's see about putting another one here. So yeah, that doesn't do anything. Yeah. There. Provider. Provider. Quester. Water. Okay. All right. Time to box it up again. LMAO. Yeah, no, I've done some interesting stuff with automation before. I actually like automation in this game quite a bit. I was actually kind of struck by something about this particular map, which is that I don't really want to use the weather sensor. It would be much more valuable to use a corruption sensor here to control these floodgates. Or probably a corruption sensor here, or even here, for handling the floodgates. But I did like doing weather system as my but yeah, I think I need to create, unfortunately I think I need to create the river shantytown. Oh god, we're in trouble on the waterfront. Has anybody died of starvation yet? Hopefully not. Focus on carrot harvest. Focus on... Well, you focus on planting. Oh, that should be fine, actually. Alright, good. Wood provider. Alright, doing pretty good. Still lacking food. Still uncomfortable with my quantity of water. I'm feeling very, very low optimism right now. Feeling very, very low optimism right now. Negative 10 for hunger. Yeah, we've got people who are in danger of actually dying from hunger. So we gotta get that harvest in. And it's probably not gonna be enough. We're probably going to actually have some deaths of hunger. We've already had 2 deaths of hunger. We're probably gonna have some more. 3 deaths of hunger. 4. Five died of hunger while there were crops in the field. That's pretty rough. 6 died of hunger while there are crops in the field. Seven. Hello, Tohubahu. How did it go? How did it go? Hopefully it's going better. Hopefully it went better than mine. Until 2 bad tides in a row. Yeah, that's the sort of thing that does you in. That's precisely the kind of situation that does you in. I have a 14-day drought. I think I'm going to be. I've already lost half my population. Yeah. I've beaten the game on hard. To be clear, if you're talking to Tohu, yeah, like I lost a whole bunch of times in a row, and then I kind of got it down. Currently, construction materials is not really that big of a deal. Food is the big deal. We are down to 13 beavers again after restabilizing our population in the 20s. I'm pretty annoyed because this is a food system that should be enough to support like 50 to 100 beavers. I think we're going to fall down below 10 again. Yeah, I got sine wave population, yeah. Oh my god, finish constructing this. There are 6 potatoes. No, I can need to focus on harvest, actually. Good lord. Hello, Ion Omnitia. Depends on how you do your math, I suppose. But so far, it's been a catastrophe. I think the argument would more often be that that I have too many beavers. I should have used floodgates instead of dams. Honestly, that's kind of like the big story here. Hello, Skyrish. Hello, Skyrish. How are you doing? How are you doing? Badly. Horribly, arguably. My beavers are dying in enormous rates. What's occupied? We are getting our asses kicked here. Oh, son, are you kidding me? Okay. Sorry. I'm very angry. Not with any of you, chat, but with Well, you're useless. Laying down for sleep and struggling thought you check in. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Yeah, I couldn't see. I checked. I could have sworn it said that these things required power, and then it looked on the tooltip, and I didn't see. There it is, 60 horsepower. Cool. Well, not the highest priority because, well, it's fairly high priority because it's the only food I've currently got on hand. Well, I've got carrots in again. Yeah, when I mean I can put a gravity battery right next to it. Right, I can just add another. I can just add a gravity battery right here. You know, you are looking at a population, a city of beavers that has just fallen by like 70%. In like the last half hour from starvation. With crops, right? Like most of those starvation deaths happened like during the harvest. I suspect we'll bounce back, but it is going to be annoying. Well, it's not natural selection. It is bad gamer selection. It is skill issue. These beavers were skill issued to death. So I'm expanding some of my water pumping capabilities because droughts are a big problem. Well, and like I said, the real issue is me, that I planned out things inefficiently and ineffectively. I think we might actually pull through at this specific point. I don't really care about these maples up here. The important thing is to keep that hauler, to keep this water pump going. That's the most important thing. All right, Galaxy Wolfstar. All right, Galaxy Wolfstar. Are you pleased? Excellent. Good. Good. Next thing up is going to be Spatterdock. Grilled Spatterdock usually does a lot of work for me. One of these days I will re-enable Hydrate. I really do not want to do it right now. I really, really aggressively do not want to do the Hydrate right now. I just had dental work today, and I think it would make me cry. You hate Hydrate? Interesting. 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 I would think that you would like that one. Well, we're in a lot of trouble. Yeah, we're in a lot of trouble. Yeah. Yeah, that's something where I just need to spend like a lot of time on the programming on the back end. Are we getting potatoes before we got in Spatterdock? That's interesting. Yeah, Skyrish though, yours is different from mine. And change over to Spatterdock. Mine is that I drink an entire 8-ounce glass of whiskey. I was like, I'm surprised. That seems like something you would think was really fun. That seems uncharacteristic to me. Okay, we're okay on food. I really think we're going to run out of water, but I really want to kind of hold off on doing a... Oh, never mind. The end. I think that might... I've said it before, but this time it's feeling pretty real. It's feeling pretty real. It's feeling pretty real right now. I'm feeling pretty realistic that I'm not going to make it out of this one. I've made it through a lot of scraps so far, but not feeling great about this one. Forester, can't do anything right now. Can't do anything right now. Don't cut these down. This is... Okay, and... Okay, everything out here is dead, so aquatic farmhouse goes bye-bye. Hello, Mimi. Hello, Mimi. Busy as beaver keeping this place together makes it sound like I'm succeeding. Which I'm not feeling... I don't feel like I'm winning right now, son. But how are you doing, Miss Mimi? How are you doing? Please, Skyrish, get some sleep. Thank you for stopping by and seeing me play a game that I feel a lot more competent at than, say, Night Rain or Dark Souls. As I am getting my butt kicked horrendously. Still, I don't know. Hard map. I find these beeves to be harder than the other beeves. I think I could do a better strategy for this map, but we are... One day. You've been very busy. I've also been pretty busy. We're at the 17 beavers again, but I don't think we're gonna stay there for very long. So 4 days out, and we're at we're at 71 water. We're at 71 water. Okay, we're gonna do okay on food, I think, but the water situation is in fact pretty dire. If we can get this built, we should be able to turn it around. With a cat a bit and slowly turning into the shape of a riverbed between my chair and the desk. Amazing. Amazing. See, I've been driven insane, Galaxy Wolfstar, by the fact that my, the real limiting factor on my phone is that it, doesn't, the real limiting factor on my phone's ability to do things is really set by its, what do we call that? It's... I'm looking for a word here. It really, 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 really wants me to have the Netflix app. And yeah, mine is just like, it's just like an iOS and then like a bunch of programs I'm not allowed to uninstall. Like that's what my phone feels like. It feels like mandatory OS programming, and it's just like yelling at me for not. Yeah, it's like you need to have the Netflix app and the YouTube app as load bearing things. I'm like, no, I don't. Like, this is just not true. May as well put something on science, right? Oh, and we're becalmed anyway. Lol, so I get this thing built and then we're calmed. Workplace high priority. Oh, okay. So Jolgan, whatever you're doing, you better make it to work on time. We are extremely counting on you. Now you can shut down and turn on the bakery on cattail crackers. So we are 48 something hours out from having water. Cool. Yeah, I'm very annoyed by the fact that my phone keeps on trying to ask me if I want to uninstall, like, Strava, and it's like, I use that one. That one's useful. That one's, like, actually highly valuable. Unlike, say, Netflix. All right, Tohu, have good night. Have good nights. Sleep well, my friend. I could try to create a semi-natural reservoir here. I could create a semi-natural reservoir here, which has the enormous problem of, what if bad water, right? Okay, I could use fill valve and drought ended. Okay. Might have been a mistake. Don't know how many people we're going to have die of old age. Oh, that's actually a good point, Tohu. Yeah, Tohu, that's an arcade. What I have been told by other players who are better than me is that those were for a older version of the game that had different rules. Like they're designed to solve a problem that no longer exists. I mean, you know my answer, right? Yep, that was my understanding, right? As well, is that like there's a travel distance issue. Yeah, you guys gotta. Speaking of travel distance issues, holy crap. At least they won't die. Hello, Dr. Hidaka. Hello, Dr. Hidaka. Yeah, this map has been kicking my ass. This map has been horrendous. Building lacks power. Yes, that's fine. Oh my god, they're so thirsty that they're just coming all the way over here to get, like, any water. I mean, again, it's keeping them from dying, which is an improvement. We don't need a lumber mill right now. We can halt the bakery for now. Constructions lack materials, so whatever. Everybody get pumping water. Everyone pump water. If you are not farming, you are pumping water. Those are the two genders. Yeah, that's fine. The two genders are farming and pumping water. In fact, actually, you know what? Back to work. Specifically, get the water pumpers back to work. I'll put one on hauling. It's spiralicious. The spirals are kicking my ass. The spirals are absolutely kicking my ass. I am suffering. Uzumaki has been pain and suffering. Uzumaki has been pain and suffering for me. But how are you doing, Hidaka? A beaver died tragically. What did they die of? Thirst. They died of thirst during a good tide when I have 5 water pumps running. During a new high score for well-being. Ridiculous. Okay, everybody else's thirst has been taken care of, but we do need to just keep on pumping endlessly. Depending on the duration of this incoming bad tide, we might be fucked. Yeah, that's going to be they need metal, I think. Yeah, no, they need the resin ones. Yeah, no, they're really good. That is perhaps the biggest strength that the Folktales have over the Iron Teeth is that. Like, other than that, I generally like the Iron Teeth quite a bit more, and that's like a genuine strength of the Folktales. Or at least you persist. So true, bestie. Keep persisting. Keep persisting, or that's how they get you, I guess. I don't really have a follow-on. Oh, hey, these are coming online. That's good. What is unstaffed? Persist and seek to flourish. Excellent. An excellent choice, if you ask me. So yeah, these guys can carry... The haulers can carry 10 water. So like, this system is actually kind of efficient as long as I am... As long as I'm not, like, deep in water debt. So if this is a short... If this is a short bad tide, I think we're fine. If this is like a 15-day bad tide, we're like in a lot of trouble. I'm sorry, Weeabiscuit. I hope that I can provide a slightly comfier space for you. I hope that this is a nicer space for you than your workplace. But welcome in. Welcome in. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here. Okay, so turn off the grist mill, turn on the bakery, on bread. Bad tide started. Okay, so it'll take the bad tide a while, like 24 plus hours to get down here. So I still have some time to keep pumping. Okay, hold on. My understanding is that the water pumps automatically shut off when the water is contaminated. Like a water pump is kind of its own form of contamination check. Is that not accurate? Hello, Rexy Raibu. Thank you for stopping by. Have a good night, Rexy Raibu. But these things automatically only filter good water, right? They don't stealthily filter in bad water and add bad water to the water system. That's what I'm trying to figure out. So, So the real question is, as soon as I see this turn gray... No, that's too late. That's too much. That's enough contamination for me to be bothered. Okay, 8 days. 8 days. 8 days is pretty bad, but I think we can manage. 8 days is pretty bad. We're going to turn off the water pumps down here because we want to preserve the farmland as much as possible, because food is definitely a bigger concern right now. And let's turn back on construction and lumber mill. Okay, so water seeps... Do water seeps not contaminate or just contaminate much more slowly? Looks like they don't contaminate. Potato? Let's think about this. You're not doing anything. You're caught up on your task. Forester. Lumberjack. Forester. Yeah, not surprising, contamination over here. We'll need to build some contamination barriers, but I think that is somewhat downstream of the highly, highly important task of, let's start trying to get a little bit more land reclamation going. I'll just do one at a time. I'll just do one whenever there's an uninjured beaver. When there's no injured beavers, I should say, more precisely. And then I can add contamination barriers over here. That'll be nice. But I think our actual big project is going to be to add a reservoir here. I think that is our big project, is to do a big reservoir here. And I think... Let's think about this. So I already have double floodgate researched. So let's think about it this way, right? So Alt, and then Alt 1, 2. Okay, so that's height. With just double floodgates, I can get up to that height. That's a lot of water, to be honest. That's like a lot of water. And I can use double floodgates there, but I think... Well, double floodgates doesn't require any new research. Double floodgates doesn't require any new research. So let's start blueprinting it out. Nope. We'll have to get rid of you, but it's not a big deal. Theo, have a good night. Yeah, ultra backsuit time. Have a good night. No, actually, let's, And of course, a huge percentage of the challenge with this construction, as I am making it right now, is just how am I going to make the scaffolding? Like, not just like get the materials over here, but how the heck am I going to make the scaffolding for this? Honestly, the use of floodgates is a little bit silly. It's almost certainly better to just use a flow, but I don't have that technology. And it's not even the technology cost. It's the getting the metal working together for it. And really, let's demolish those. Hello, Mires. Hello, Mires. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Yes, no, I love this game. I love this game. Normally I feel like I'm pretty good at it, but I'm getting my ass kicked on this particular city. I'm having a real rough time of it today. bread is feeling pretty good. Bread is feeling pretty good. But I think our actual big thing that we need to do before even we do this is, before we build the big reservoir, is to build the shantytown. It's to build the classical shantytown. Can windmills be built on... Yes, windmills can be built on platforms. So I can build into here. And yeah, I've never done this map. This is my... I've done hard mode before. I have beaten hard mode once before with the other beavers, on an easier map, on Waterfall. On this map, I am having a bear of a time. I'm having a fiendishly difficult time. But I think it's about time for me to start moving my industry into this area, which is going to require a lot of platforms. Which is going to mean a lot of wood, and I don't have a lot of wood. But yeah, we're on cycle 11, and I haven't done a major reservoir yet, and I think I'm quite far away from actually building it. This is a silly... I'm being a silly goose here. It looks aesthetic, but it is in fact harder to construct. Not even that it uses less water. It is in fact just... The scaffolding is in fact the somewhat limiting factor there. Bah. There we go. There we go, and there we go. And we don't need at all. Yeah, this map has been kicking my butt. It took me a while to even get my first hard mode win. Again, it sounds like you are a person who's here for the category, which always implies to me that you understand the game at a much higher level than I do. How am I doing with science? Science has definitely been proving kind of limiting here. To what extent... You can't win on hard? Oh, okay. I was gonna ask. I was gonna ask some like hard mode specific questions. Like, let's... Literally doesn't work. Yeah, this map kicks my butt, so far. So far, I have not been having a pleasant, a nice and safe time here. Oh, I forgot already. The horrible ADHD. The horrors of ADHD. Jeezy Pete's. It is 2:30 in the morning. Yeah. I mean, the thing is, like, one of those things I've joked about it like quite a few times is that if you stream, it actually gets worse. Like, genuinely, it gets worse. You like actually, it's actually kind of funny. How like streaming gives you like contagious ADHD. And I already had bad ADHD before. Like, don't get me wrong here. Don't get it twisted. Pause these because this is not actually the priority right now. Oh, and you'll automatically not get built. And then we'll want to build some piles over here of just logs and planks. I'll turn them on requester. Yeah. Yeah, it has to go in more directions than usual, and you're rewarded. That's one of the things that I try to tell people is like, no, like you're rewarded for being just all over the goddamn place. Like it is genuinely a positive adaptation to just be like completely all over the place mentally. Like I was all hyped and pow, sleepy. That's good, Galaxy Wolfstar. That's good. You should be feeling nice and sleepy. Of course, I have not answered the actual hard question, which is how am I going to build this? like at a very literal level, like how am I going to build this? I was going to build some of this. You monster. I'm a talented person with a Joker mind. What do you mean? What do you mean? I'm just... I'm just an old man who loves old things. Simple as. I think this is harder. I think what I'm doing here is harder than it needs to be. I think the actual best way to do this is to scaffold. Actually go up. I kind of want to be on this side. You know, it's going to use a ton more resources. Because then I will actually be able to recover some of those resources. I don't need to go all the way up. I can do that. I'm just going to buy these. I'm just going to buy them. Okay, hold on. So... So I think I just build a stair to here, and that should build those. But then we need... That's not gonna work. I kind of feel like calling me a talented person with a Joker mind is actually a pretty nice compliment. I don't think that's the spirit that was intended in, but I am going to take it that way. Hello, Sakura Rose. Hello, Sakura Rose. How are you doing today? How are you doing today? That one was on purpose. That one was like, I wasn't normally good. I would probably not have normally done that, but that one I was definitely like, yeah, I can. Am I pushing Galaxy Wolfstar's buttons? I can push a little bit further. Oh yeah, I absolutely 110% am. Yeah, that's not in question. Yeah, I'm 100% flexing. That was absolutely a flex. Okay. Okay. We are in pretty good shape, actually. We rode that one through pretty cleanly. And we have a ton of construction materials. So I'm going to unpause these. I'm going to unpause these. I'm going to unpause these. We need construction more than we need science. Frankly, we need construction more than we need food. I'm going to shut down one efficient farmhouse and put it on four constructors. And then we need people back on pumping water pretty soon. Only levers. Oh, wow, they went all the way back. No, I want you guys to pick that up. Dang it. Okay. Okay. Supplier. It's gonna take forever for that bad water to clear. Oh, yeah, we need water pumping. We need water pumping right the F now. Zengu? Vriska. Vriska's a name that like some people care about, right? Like that's a name that has some sort of like spiritual significance. I should have a swear jar. I've thought about it. I have thought about it, except for the if I were more confident in my ability to make money as a streamer, I would have a swear jar. I would have a, like, if I say the F word, I donate a sub to the community. Swear Inkwell. I do get channel points, but I have infinite channel points. That's kind of the issue there, is that I do have channel points, but it is infinite. So it's not, it doesn't feel fair for me to. Sometimes I'll do stuff with channel points, but it's mostly just to trigger cooldowns. Like sometimes I'll redeem workout time just to like give myself an excuse to work out, and then also okay, make sure that these ones are done last. Actually, I may as well let the floodgates go first. But okay, so I've got 2 unbusy beavers. I have worked out today. I have worked out today. Ooh. Oh. Those are clean. Yeah, I have worked out today. Oh, son of a bitch. Sorry. I usually don't use that swear in particular. That's where I always feel really bad about. Keep on forgetting about flooding. And I did it again. Like an absolute fool. Needs to be set 1 back. These ones need to be prioritized. This is... There comes a point in a man's life where he needs to do mega projects. Well, it's bad tide. Okay, whatever. That's fine. Once full chat gets to pick the cursed paint color of my next model. Oh. Get these built. Legion of Pink and Teal Romans. I will be honest, I do actually have some Infinity Minis, finally. And I have been trying to think about, like, what colors I'm going to put them in. Like, the two big options from my perspective are that I will do oh, it's huge. Komos, it's gigantic. It is the largest model in Infinity. It's like I will weigh it when we get it out, but it is hefty. There's a joke that you can kill somebody with one of the alternative victory conditions of the game is to put Magariba Guard in a sock and just hit people with her. She is quite hefty. In terms of volume, she's not actually that enormous. Like, in terms of volume, she is the largest model in the game, but that's, like, not saying a ton. But mass-wise, she's enormous. Like, hello, Scaldy. Hello, Scaldy. Also, it is small. I think she is smaller than a Land Raider in terms of actual, like, volume. Okay, I'm so glad I did this. This intermediate staging is really good. I wish we had a drought instead of a bad tide. Bad tide is mostly easier for me to handle, but being forced to drink vitamin C because of someone in the house is sick send help. Just drink of orange juice. Like, I that's delightful. Orange juice is delightful. Enjoy your orange juice. It's nasty. It's orange juice. Orange juice is a delight. You don't got any what? Oh, I actually came up with something clever here. Okay, so delete this and no. When everybody's back home. Okay, now delete this. Okay, I am feeling clever here. I don't know if this will pay off, but there's a chance that it does. I'm going to lose a lot of materials here, but that's fine. And then these things are not going to survive anyway. Some of you guys might have survived. Still on the moon, you got 51k wood stockpiled. That is brutal. Oh, you little sons of bitches, don't go there! Okay, hold on. Okay, gotta delete that. And delete that. Dealing with contamination is outside of my pay grade at this point. Your little guy's got to stay healthy. Okay. We do not have health insurance here. I gotta. Oh, 15-day bad tide. That's really gross. That's exceptionally bad. We might be okay, but it's going to be pretty tight. Should have. Oh wait, no, that's never gonna get built. Literally cannot be built. No, I'm just gonna raw dog it. No, hold on. Platform shouldn't be paused. You should be paused. Gear workshop should be paused. We're just gonna have to tolerate it. We're just gonna have to risk it. Probably going to have a couple of my guys die of thirst. 15 days is a long bad tide. How goes the beavin? It's going dangerous. It is stressing. These little guys are stressing me out. The humans. The humans are responsible for the iron water. Actually, you know what? No, keep pumping. Forgot you did that as a goof. Yeah, if we go over here, it even says it in game. Why do we have to clean up the humans' mess? Oh right, they're all dead. Wheat flour and wheat bread. Yeah, the wheat bread. You produce wheat bread so efficiently. I think I'm going to be fine on food for a while. But it was a bit funny at the end. Oh, hey, we got chestnuts. Should probably assign somebody to gather those chestnuts. Friska. Is that like a Hindu name? You don't know? Okay, fair enough. All right. Feeling low optimism about my ability to win right now. Food we should be okay on. Water is what's stressing me out. How much water do these guys consume? Googling water consumption Timberborn to figure out how screwed I am. That's not useful. The official Timberborn wiki says between 2 and 3 per day. So we've got 11.6 days. Calculator. So let's call that 12. 12 times 27. Okay, so I should actually be okay. I should actually be okay. Oh, wait, no. Hold on. 12 times 27 times 2. 12 times... So 36 times 27. 972. Okay, it's going to be a very tight run. It's going to be a very, very tight run. I don't feel particularly cursed. I just feel challenged. And responsible. New well-being upgrade. Okay. We are going to the ads. We are going to the ads. We are going to the ads. And that's how it's going. That's how it's going. It's going ads. So I'm going to turn on ads and then I'm going to turn off the bakery so I can put on another hauler. Because hauling is proving to be something of a limitation here. Oh wait, no, hold on. We need... we need... Actually, no, we don't need that at all. Okay, we're going to the ads. I'm going to use the bathroom. I'm going to get a little bit of food. We'll be right back. Yeah, the pain of me feeling responsible. Ugh. Ugh, I feel so guilty. We've lost like 50 beavers to non-natural causes. Welcome in, Raiders! Welcome in, Raiders! Hello, 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 hello. I just got back from the bathroom. Hello, hello, hello. You got here like 10 minutes ago. I am a bad VTuber. Welcome in. Holy crap. Link, give Nightmare Nexus a shout out. Nightmare Nexus is my brother. How are you doing, Nexus? How are you doing? How are you doing? Welcome in. Welcome in. What were you up to? What were you up to? My name is Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, and old man who loves old things. I do a lot of calligraphy. I do a lot of miniatures painting, and I play a lot of city builders. And today I am playing Timberborn, which is legitimately pretty hard. Legitimately a pretty hard city builder. I am this one's it's cooking me, chat. It's cooking me, chat. Let me say hello to everybody who came in. Hello to I hope Ion is still here. Hello, Ion. Hello, Nightmare Nexus. Hello, Rochambeau. Hello, Brandonator. Hello, Greasy Cheese Balls. And hello to all of the rest of the Raiders. What demos were good? What were the good demos? What were the good demos? I like doing demo night. I haven't done demo night in a while, but I have enjoyed every time I have done demo night. Building lacks power. Okay, yeah, that's fine. That just means there's no wind. Yeah, the beavers are having a terrible time. Still next fest. Oh, I actually ate it before. I made some peanut noodles. I did some quick peanut noodles. I had some cooked noodles left over, and I whipped them together with some garlic, ginger, soy sauce, lime juice, mirin, and peanut butter. Yeah, it's not gonna be steak. $77 is so many demos. 77 is so many demos. Which demos were good? Which demos were good? Because I have done one demo night so far, and it was amazing. I did a bunch of demos for I just did a bunch of demos because it was the last week of last year, and I had only played like 6 games the entire year. Yeah, I'm vegan. I've been vegan for like 15 years, something like that. Horror point and click called D-Person. Excellent. You're gonna get through 67 games tomorrow? That is nuts, Nightmare Nexus. That is insane. The demo for... I've played some demos where the demo itself is like... Oh, some of these chestnuts are not gonna make it. Oh well. Oh well. I have played some demos where just the demo itself is like 20 hours of content. Have a good night, Emmerich. Mortal Shell one is 8 hours. Yeah, yeah. And the thing is, like, I don't feel bad about these demos, right? Like, I have actually learned something about myself, which is that the percent chance that I will like recommend a game goes up radically if there's a demo. Like just instantly higher chance that I will actually buy a game that has a good demo. Usually throwing me at somebody is like not very threatening, right? Like that's like not a very serious threat. I'm not that impressive. Yeah, it's such a vote of confidence from the dev. It's I don't know if I would have bought Dot Age if it didn't have a demo, and Dot Age is like one of the best games I've ever played. Like Dot Age is paying it forward to the other demo sickos. What if you throw Mix? Mix is a bird. Mix is a bird. I guess I'm kind of big. Do you think you could throw me Galaxy Wolfstar? That is a question. Do you think you are a bad enough dude to throw a guy who is 6'4" and overweight? Spatterdock. Go. And then Cattail. Also go. I'm too tall. I'm just kind of a big, huggable guy. You know? Yeah, nope. It's like I say, I hate flying. I say it frequently. Oh, I think I'm pretty good. I think I'm pretty good at that part. Finish these off so that I can... I can do some silly stuff with this, with the scaffolding. Don't want you. Don't want you to exist. Growing an inch in a fucking year. I'm surprised you're still growing. I'm definitely closer to being shrunk. To like losing height. And hello adders. Hello adders. 5'10" is slightly above average for an American man and significantly above average for an American woman. To give some sensibility about this. Pretty much the norm where you're at? Yeah. Yeah, I'm kind of jealous of the guys who are average height, because, like... they can, like, fly in planes and, like, ride normal cars. Ride in normal cars normally. Okay, we got 2 unemployed beeves. You want the tallness? The tall dog? You beavers are so silly. Okay. Okay, so, yep. Don't worry, I got the tall person experience when I drove a Miata for like 5 years. Honestly, like the size of the car is not that good of a predictor. Some like pretty big cars are actually pretty uncomfortable. Like, wow, bread is crazy. Like, I am maxed out on wheat flour and maxed out on bread. Okay, you nerds. Get constructing over here. Get constructing over here. Okay, everything else they can do over here is pretty much over, which is fine by me. Okay. So we're going to have some crop shock for a while. You can't do anything. You can't do anything either. Yeah, I haven't driven a Miata. I've driven sensible four-door sedans. It's like it was my driving experience. I actually don't know what a Miata is shaped like because I'm a nerd. I drove pretty old cars because they were cheap. Sigh. These can shut down. Gonna be getting on some bullshit like this. Oh, wow. Do I even remember being in the car seat? I'm not sure I can remember that. I don't know that I actually can remember being in the car seat. Wow. I mean, I presumably was, right? Like, that's an easy assumption. Your driver's ed instructor had you sit on a phone book. Oh my god, I'm sorry, Blue. Good gravy. So no, They have access to it and they'll start doing it. I don't want them to do it. You can unpause, but really I want you guys doing this stuff over here. Priority painter. Finish those off so I can get some actual benefits to that. Oh, what was the question? What was the question? I'm sorry, I apologize if I missed it. Last thing I heard, like, I can't, I don't know how to donate my height to other people. That's like, that's the question I'm looking at. I'm like, I don't think I can do that. How do I readjust my glasses? I grab the wireframe above, and with my right hand, I grab the wires with my right index finger and right thumb, and like on the middle of the lens, towards the middle of like XY, but not like on the lens itself, not touching lens, touching the wires, and I pick it up there. Sometimes I use both hands. The real yeah, Itsy Bitsy Bones, the real T for T. Oh, I'm a permanent glasses guy. Okay, yeah, we cruised through that one easily. And then once this contamination clears up, we'll build the big reservoir, and then we should be really safe. You know what? I've made my life harder than I need to. I could have been working on this for a while. Well, that's often how it works, right? Like, I've got hearing problems, but they're definitely inside my brain. Like, they're not... My ears, as far as I can tell, are fine. My hearing is still bad, but my ears, as far as I can tell, are still fine. Are perfectly fine. They are. I would not say they are thriving, but they are surviving. Yeah, a lot of them are in fact dead. We have in fact had extremely high casualties. This is really good. I am a huge fan of this, doing this like intermediate staging for a mega project. My tinnitus has been declining recently, and I am pretty sure it is just that I'm not clenching my jaws as much. Okay. Cycle 13 ended. victorious for me. 2 injuries. Okay. Okay, 2 injuries is... I can deal with 2 injuries. Yeah, jaw clenching causes tinnitus. Yeah. Yeah, poor dental health causes you to... can make your tinnitus worse. Yeah, pretty neat, right? Oh, maybe you have a family history of clenching your jaws. But yeah, because in tinnitus, you're clenching your jaw really hard, and that like causes, you know, that affects your ear, right? Like the muscles for there are just like. Here's a question. Okay, I can do this. So I'm going to try this. What is the issue here? Oh, that's the issue here. Fuck. These things are annoying. So, wrap, and then iron blocks. You are the highest priority workplace. Once hauling starts going weird, hauling starts going weird, in late teenage years and early adulthood, so make your enamel weaker. Yep. That's the reason why I have trouble with clenching jaws, because it like hurts my teeth. Yeah, Galaxy Wolfstar, you should maybe start writing those passwords down on a piece of paper. Humanity restored. All right, perfect. Perfect timing. All right, no, I forgot about the gears. I forgot about the gears. The wheels, the grinding wheels. Oh, son of a bitch. Sorry. Apologies, chat. Further encoded in the most diabolical way. That's my handwriting. Nice. I'm trying. I need to swear less. Okay, let's turn that one off. Hold on, no. Actually, I need you on. Let's turn those up to 18-hour work days so that we can pump water as hard as we can. Bad tide approaching. Cool. Well, I guess that's actually fine. Oh, it's too far away. Okay, I was like, this I want these done. These are more important than the mega reservoir. Mega reservoir is nice, but it can wait a minute. Actually, let's turn those up to 20 hours and turn on all pumps. And if that requires that I fire some haulers, so be it. So I'll fire you and fire the miller. I've got medium. I think I've got medium gremlin levels. Light gremlin levels. I think it's actually just that I have several brothers. And I'm not the oldest. Let's see what else can I turn off. Turn off you. Turn off you. Turn off you. Occasional little brother energy. Yes. Yes. Yeah. I think I'm actually very middle brothery. I think it's actually a very apparent trait of mine. You're the middle child? I see. I see. You don't need to do diddly. You need to be active. What am I doing here? Foresters need to be active. Yeah, I think so. I think so, Mix. I actually do agree with you on that one. I do actually think that is accurate. You acquired stealth walking? I don't know. To a certain extent, that makes sense to me with middle kidness, right? That, like, there's a kind of strange incentive to, like, appear lesser. I think that's a pretty cool talent. I would describe myself as having, at best, lightweight sneaking capability. $18 bad water. That is alarming. That is scary. If you guys can build this dam down here, we stand something of a chance. Yeah, this spring is... The Uzumaki spring is a disaster for me, personally speaking. This, however, is wonderful. Yeah, that's why we did this level, because it reminded Mix of Uzumaki. Okay, that's... Okay, we can set our clocks to 15 hours. Okay, I was genuinely wondering what causes them to finally start putting stuff away. We don't need that many haulers. You think of Naruto every time Uzumaki is mentioned? Huh. His VOD's available. You don't think he's anime? I feel like I'm pretty maybe, I don't know. I feel like I'm pretty anime, but maybe that's just because I, like... Maybe I just don't know what that means. Right. Okay, so Gear Workshop. We can slow down on construction. I kind of thought the whole point of being a VTuber was that you were anime. There's a lot of VTubers that don't look anime. That's interesting. I think people say that I tend to have a more realist appearance, which I suppose. All my fan art so far, Emmerich draws. I'm gonna make a couple more cattails. A little more spatterdock. I do not look like I'm from a gacha game. That is accurate. That is fair to say. I do not have that appearance. Might not look out of place in Grand Blue Fantasy. I don't like know enough about gacha games to like understand like where that fits in. Where are my gears going? Oh, they're going here. Okay, that's actually understandable, but stupid. Lack of old man loot boxes. The old man loot box. Oh, it's the game side games before they made the horse game. Okay. Interesting. No good selected. Beavers injured. Okay, yep. 3 injuries for 1. That's pretty bad. Let me think about this for a second. So I have 27 beavers. So 27 times 12 times 3, 972. Okay, so I do need to keep pumping water for a little bit longer. Okay, these things are useless. And useless, and useless. I think I need to start contemplating a more grand project. Sen! Hello, Sen! Hello, Sen. I am playing Timberborn. Hello, Sen. Hello, Sen. I am clearly getting pretty tired because I didn't know. I'm not noticing like anybody chatting for like several seconds. I am playing Timberborn. It is the funny beaver game. The humans have all died. The beavers have all inherited the earth. And I am trying to guide their city to a brighter future than they had before. And so far, I'm doing a pretty bad job. So far, a pretty bad job. So I need 81 units of water per day. And what is my storage capacity? 810. So I have enough for, I have enough storage capacity for 10 days of water. That's, I gotta pump those numbers up. Oh, that's where all my gears are going. That is extremely fair. That's very fair. So let me get on the gear, on the wheel. The power wheel. You're gonna make an incredibly lewd joke? I mean, go for it. Go for it. Go for it. I don't know. I don't know. It felt right. It felt right. I was thinking more a magic mirror situation. I was definitely imagining more magic mirror than anything else. Oh, crap. I can start building some automation, like, immediately. Where's corruption sensor? Oh, can't build contamination sensor. Not for a minute. That's funny. It's a great concept. It's a great concept. It is mostly about water management. As befits beavers, this is primarily a game about stressing out about water management. That's the main thing that I do. The water is currently running. All of the water on the map has turned bad, and I have almost 9 more days. Almost 9 more days before the water runs clean again. And so I am trying to figure out what I should be doing with this time. I'm building some construction materials because if I get my hands on some iron, I will be in somewhat better shape. Once I get some iron going. But I think I'm going to need to build out some floating platforms out here and build an industrial district in the middle of the river because I don't have enough land. Okay. 7.9 days. So 8 days, about 27 times 3 times 8. 648. We are just barely going to be safe on water. Just barely. Food is going to be a little bit more problematic, but get harvesting. Should have set these guys to harvest immediately. Simply manifest actually some more land. I mean, that's like the game. That's like the gameplay loop. What are... I think my construction beavers aren't doing anything, so I feel like I can probably build a couple of these. I don't want to build all of these because I do want to use a flow gate. Like here. And I can't build a flow valve until I get steel plates rolling. So we have a little bit of time before that works. Mostly waiting on these to get to build through. So I need 20 gears. 20 gears. Gears, as ever, a huge limiting resource. It is funny how much slower I'm going this game than I usually do, so I'm like, it is actually going to use up a pretty credible like I'm getting through a lot of the research with just the worst tools. And just the most dog water horrid tools in the game. Clear that out. The grandma wants to be free. I almost said something I was going to regret. Amazing. Amazing. I mean, how bad could it have been, right, Galaxy Wolfstar? Yeah, no. Philomena Kunk is so good. Kunk and Adrian Chiles are like single-handedly making the British look good. Like it's like those two. Like those two are like what British culture is left with. Like they're the end state. All right, so let's remove that and remove that, and now we should have enough. My mate Paul never forgave him. He said next time he saw Jesus Christ, he was a dead man. Okay, all right, adders. I'm going to do squats. I stretch out my back a little bit, but it's squats time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, and then the right side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Galaxy Wolfstar, most people don't describe it that word. That is not the word that most people are using. Most people say bizarre. Yeah, we need cattail flower. Okay. All right. Now we're making some more cattail flower. Good. Okay, food situation does seem to be stable largely on the backs of wheat and cattail. Works, it works. The Great Beave Pression. I think I'm actually going to expand this, even though I literally just, like, 30 seconds ago shortened it. Yeah, the beef dust bowl. Hello, Michan. Hello, Michan. I regret to say it, but I am pretty cooked at this point, so it's... How are you thirsty? You're on 15-hour workdays. We have water. Yeah, my gaming has not been going good this month. I have been getting my ass absolutely kicked. That is completely reasonable. Adders, I'm often putting them on... during emergencies, I'm putting them on 20. 16 is considered the normal. 16 is the typical one. I currently have them on 15 as like... That's like giving the beavers extra time to chillax. I may live to regret break... no, I don't. I'm not going to live to regret breaking that open. That was absolutely fucking necessary. For the state I was in. You know what? Gonna make my life a little bit easier here. You know what, actually? I'm wasting a ton of time. Yeah, the beef body shape is very funny. It's so cute how they move. They're so goddamn cute. Okay. So we have a smelter. We have 4 unactive buildings. All right. We're gonna pretty safely survive this drought. And be in excellent shape going into the next one. You know what? No. Don't build you at all. Okay, and with this fill valve, hold on. No, let's not do that. Because Because there's fluid dynamics involved here, right? Okay, so with these fill valves, I will then be able to start building the big reservoir. We will need the iron plates. Yeah, no, it's really good. It's really good, especially at the high speed, the zippiness. All right, water starts now. Well, okay, at the end of the day. At the end of the day. God, I can't wait to start building some of these other things. I should have built the Lido a while ago. Like, I should have had this, like, hours ago. There. Cycle 14 begins. I'm going to save. Okay, because it is 4 a.m. That is a good endpoint for me. That is a good endpoint for me. The beeves we have succeeded, I would say. I would say we have succeeded. The beeves are surviving. We are doing well. Here's tomorrow. Here's the schedule. Here's the schedule. Mini painting 10 p.m. Thursday. I will show off the Maggie. I will talk about my match that is happening tomorrow at noon, so in 8 hours, that I still feel a little bit underprepared for. Wow, my model's lagging like crazy. Hold on. Like exit Timberborn, and maybe that'll help my model out a little bit. Yeah, I am stressing out way too much about it. I'm being too much of a tryhard for a match that's at the 200 point value. I hate 200 point matches. I'm so excited to be back on 300 points. But yes, I will be doing a match tomorrow off stream, and I'll be doing my non-streamer obligations. I do have non-streamer obligations for the week that I do have to take care of. And then Thursday mini painting, and then Friday Infinity on the Discord, and Saturday off, as it so often is. Just post it in the Discord, Emmerich. Please post it in the Discord. That would be the better place to put it. Because I'm tired. I am tired, and I am out of snoozes to use. Let me take a quick look at whomst beeth online. Whomst be online. I have some options. For raids. I have some options for raids. But whomst shall I raid? Whomst shall I raid? So, let me take a look at my raid list. Streamer record. When was the last time I have raided each of these folks? I have a suspicion I know who has been the longest of the ones who I'm looking at. Oh! Evie, I'm literally raiding out. Evie, I'm so sorry. I usually disable raids at this point. I am so sorry. But welcome in, raiders. Welcome in, raiders. What were you up to, Evie Cakes? What were you up to? What were you up to, Evie Cakes? What art were you working on? What art were you working on? Basil Plague, thank you for the follow. And welcome in, Evie Cakes, Ryukaze, Basil Plague, Jink619, and Rifter. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome in, and Byzantium Rose on a lab rat commission. Rats are so cute. I like rats a lot. But yes, for the raiders, we are leaving. I'm tired. I'm cooked. I have a tournament in 8 hours. I am Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, and old man who does old things. I mostly do calligraphy. That is kind of my main content. I paint models. I will be painting minis on Thursday. I'll be painting models on Thursday. And on Friday, I'll be doing I'll be doing some gaming on my Discord server. I'll be doing a little bit of Discord gaming. Galaxy Wolfstar has been quite enamored of this phrasing. There are my socials. I am not particularly active on any of them. The Twitter does have more of my calligraphy, as does my Blue Sky. The YouTube channel is functionally a VOD drop. Oh, absolutely, please. That would be lovely, Evie Cakes. That would be lovely. That would be lovely. There is my Discord. I'm very tired. I'm sorry. I was cooked like an hour ago. I should have ended a while ago. Sometimes, we're going to be doing, me and Mix are going to be playing Infinity. We're going to be doing a little demonstrator game of Infinity on the Discord. The real question is whether or not I stream it. That's really kind of the question. That's really kind of the question. If I do like a tabletop gaming stream. I normally have been doing this with like other people who are just like community members on the server, and I don't really want to just like take somebody who's a viewer and just like throw them into the deep end of like, hey, you're on camera now. But Mix is also a streamer, so oh, come on, it does that constantly. For some reason it works on other servers. With other servers of the other link I have. Let me grab the invite link. Okay, fine. There. Okay, I'm going to deal with that right now because I think I know what happened here. Discord. Okay, that should be a stable link now. I should have a stable link now. I don't know. I thought they were both. I thought they were both that link. For some reason, one of the links doesn't expire and one of the links does, but that one shouldn't expire. Oh my goodness. Okay. Just a little bit annoyed about that. A little bit cross. Yes. So, okay, and then, all right. Yeah, we were playing Timberborn. We're going to go raid Ronin Hostoria. She was one of my longer term. Oh, did that not work? Oh, that's why it didn't work because I typed it wrong. Okay. We are going to go to Ronin's channel. Ronin is an old friend of mine, VTubing wives. She gave me a huge boost when I was early in my streaming, so I have a lot of affection for her and a lot of I really appreciate her. She is fellow old, so you'll probably like her, Galaxy Wolfstar. She is extremely hagged, out. So, and she was playing Final Fantasy X, a game I could never. All right, folks, I will see you not tomorrow, the day after. We'll be painting. I've got a Roman who is half painted, and I have big ol' Maggie, who I think weighs like over a pound. All right. Yeah, Galaxy Wolfstar, if I want to get you out from under my bed, I'll just do that constantly. I'll just incorporate that into my snoring. All right, have a good night, everybody.